All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the 2025-2027 Treatment Courts Grant Program, GRC, or Grant Review Committee. We are going to take just a minute to see if we can get a couple more GRC members here, and then we'll go ahead and get started with our family treatment court. So hold tight for just a second. All right, everyone, welcome back. I hope everyone got a chance to rest and recover and just have a moment yesterday evening. Just a quick rundown of what we'll do today, just a quick reminder. So we have a couple more court types to go through. We'll go through our family treatment courts, our juvenile drug courts, and our veterans treatment courts. And then we'll take a minute and listen to public comment. If those listening, if you're interested in making public comment, a couple reminders. One, myself, on behalf of the CJC and the Grant Review Committee members, none of us are able to answer questions. So if you want to make a comment, you can do so. Please hold it to about 2 minutes or less, but we are not able to answer any questions whatsoever. If you have questions just about the process and whatnot, you're welcome to email me after the fact. I will get to all of those. So just know you won't be able to ask any questions. After public comment, we'll take a brief break if needed to get those final numbers for you, and then we'll go to the GRC for approval of those final numbers or additional discussion if that's needed. So with that, if our GRC is ready, we'll go ahead and get started with our family treatment court. So a reminder, GRC, make sure that as we go, if you're ready to move on, give me a little thumbs up. Via emoji is the most helpful, but I can see most of you if your camera's on as well. But that just lets me know you're ready to roll on. And Jake, go ahead. You have a question.
Yeah, just real quickly, just for clarification, yesterday morning, when we were reviewing some courts, it came up that we weren't able to reduce any funding in certain areas unless it was tied to a standard. And then yesterday afternoon, we reduced some money, but we didn't talk about what standard it was being tied to. So I just want to make sure we stay consistent. So I'm just wondering which we're not able to reduce unless it's tied to a standard.
So you can make a reduction based on numbers. So you can make a reduction based on the number of participants. You could do it based on FTE. You could do it based on any of the methodology that staff brought to you in the very beginning. You just have to have a reason. What we couldn't do, and I think what might be happening here, is we couldn't do a provisional unless it was tied to a standard. It had to be measurable and tied to a standard if it was going to be provisional funding. For reductions, I'm looking at my notes here to see if we have anything. I think for reductions, the ones you all recommended were definitely tied to something measurable. We had a number, and I think we're pretty consistent across the board. So I'm looking here to see if I'm getting any other information, or if any other GRC members think that is not the correct recollection, let me know. But I think we had enough reasoning for all the reductions that you recommended that we can bring them to the commission.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah. All right, any other questions before we get into our family treatment courts? All right, let's go ahead and get started. Our first family treatment court today is Marion County. So in their response to feedback, they work to identify potential participants early and process referrals quickly. And they noted that they're continuing to meet with community partners to promote referrals. Their program does regularly use UAs and oral testing, but may use other methods in the case of anything other than a confirmed positive. They are considering the possibility of the incentive ratio being off due to a data error because not all incentives were tracked through SCMS. They noted that the program conducts participant surveys and that they have a policy manual that's being created and updated regularly. They have steering meetings that are held quarterly, and they are using SCMS to monitor data weekly. And then just a reminder of that what is on the screen right now is the feedback that you all gave them in the preliminary round of applications back in May. So here is the staff recommended funding. They have average participation of 12, a completion rate of 12%, and their spending is at 63%. Staff didn't find any additional reductions. So all of the reductions that you see here are due to their prioritization sheet to meet that scaled cap. And just to give you a heads up, that included a reduction to Leiden Consulting, which again was done following their prioritization sheet. Do we have any further recommendations to Marion County FTC? All right, keep on going. Next up, Connie will ask you to mute and turn your camera off. Although I will say from what I'm seeing, your camera might be frozen. So I know there's some internet issues. So for Lincoln County Family Treatment Court, they clarified that jail is not used for treatment and only as a sanction for the most severe behavior responses. Their UAs are set on a schedule with random testing on Saturdays. And they noted that they place as much emphasis on incentives as sanctions, with the participant handbook listing behavioral response guidelines. All right. So this is the recommendation from staff. They have the average participation of 14, a completion rate of 67%, and spending was at 34%. Staff did, and if I'm going to go to the next one for a minute, staff did recommend a reduction to the PO based on, this was based on the prioritization sheet. Staff did recommend keeping the PO because in this particular program, they do serve individuals with criminal cases, and they noted that in the narrative. So you'll notice for some of the family treatment courts, staff recommended reducing POs because they're not a traditional part of the family treatment court team. If we need, Rachel Mark can speak more about that. But for this one, we did recommend keeping it because of their narrative explanation. Other than that, we did recommend cutting both facility rentals just because facility rentals are an unallowable use of funds. Yeah, Judge Kitson McCuddish.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What was the standard tied to the reduction for the probation officer? Like,
so
why was it just...
The reduction was based on their prioritization sheet. So to get to that scaled cap.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And so why, I guess I was, and Thank you for helping me with my math, but explain to me why it's, it's 85% because they've only spent 34%, so they're at a lower number. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So I will say that the probation officers in family treatment court were definitely a struggle for me as someone who's familiar with family treatment court. There are probation officers that can be a part of the court, but the centering of them in some of these courts is kind of, in the use of jail, I should say, as a sanction at all for people in family treatment court, is not what is a national best practice standard. And I think, so I guess I have a couple of points here. One is people in family treatment courts are in a bit of a bind because the Oregon specialty court standards and the national family treatment court standards don't fully kind of match up in all the ways. And so that is a very difficult process when applying for these grants. So I definitely recognize that. And there is work being done, I think, on that, which is very valuable. But the difficulty I have on this one is they have 12 participants, but it's unclear how many are on supervision. And so and the fact that as part of their treatment court for their dependency case that they can be placed in jail seems problematic to me and not related to the court itself. But I do know that they have cases that are criminal cases, but those seem like they should be handled in a criminal setting and not a family treatment court setting. And so I will say I'm not ready to make a recommendation on this, but this is where my struggle is right now. I'm kind of thinking through it.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Not to,
Judge, real quick, sorry, I'm going to cut you off just for a minute. Thank you, Annie. I just want to point out though, yes, you are correct that the national standards and the Oregon specialty court standards don't quite meet up yet. And yes, you're correct. There's work being done to update Oregon court specialty standards. However, I do want to note that for the process of this grant process, we do have to go by the Oregon specialty court standards because that was what the directions that were given in the grant process. So yes, and I think in this case, I'll leave up. Go ahead, Judge.
so I will try to just leave the information to what is maybe in their handbook. Because I have peer reviewed this court, so I know things, but I know I'm not supposed to bring that in, I don't think. But in regards to their handbook, it's true. It is also their criminal cases. So they have a defense attorney that represents them, and then the state is there as well. And so those that have criminal cases that also have juvenile dependency cases and have elected to join family treatment court also have their criminal case at the same time. And so they deal with probation violations within the court itself. And so very different than like my family treatment court, where we've had a probation officer come and watch and maybe participate in the communication. That there's no sanctions that are being done in my court. There are sanctions that are being done in that family treatment court on their criminal case. So I hope that clarifies. I don't know, Rachel, if you want to add anything to that.
I think you all covered it pretty nicely. I think, yeah, I would just really emphasize the kind of underpinnings of the treatment court standards overall were really intended to be applied broadly with that room for the nuance. And I think Lincoln is a good example of where there are variations of the model. And while it's not necessarily one that's super prolific in Oregon at the time, there is a way to do this kind of hybrid. So I think I would say, as far as best practices go in the family treatment court world, there is potentially integration of criminal cases. To Annie's point, how you work with them in a family treatment court really matters. But I don't think that's the conversation today. So I would just say, yes, there may be room for a probation officer in a family treatment court if and when they're serving criminal cases, and leave it at that.
Yeah, and I think I hear what everyone's saying, and I definitely recognize the lines that Lincoln is in, and I applaud that they are working creatively. I think that it's hard for me to put the family treatment court hat on and look at this hybrid, which I think is a slightly different thing. and they are working within what they have. And I do understand what you were saying, Adeline, in terms of what their instructions were. And so I will not make any recommendations to change that, but so much as I will note that this is an area for me, at least, that is really definitely a struggle in terms of the fidelity to the family treatment court model. But for where Oregon is and where Lincoln is, this makes sense. And they do have a 67% graduation rate and are working with people who are facing significant prison time, which is a population that definitely needs assistance. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you for your feedback. We appreciate your insight. So with that, do we have any other recommendations for Lincoln Family Treatment Court other than what you see on the screen beyond the staff recommendation? All right. We'll move on forward then. The next up is Harney and Grant Counties Family Treatment Court. I will note, Connie, you're welcome back. Your screen has never changed, at least from what I can see on my screen. So you might already be back. My apologies if you are, but you're welcome back. You can unmute as your internet allows. So for Grant and Harney County, Grant and Harney County. If you could tell, I haven't finished my cup of coffee. They noted their program manager has started identifying potential advisory committee members with the goal of their first meeting being in winter of this year, so during that 23-25 biennium. They're reviewing eligibility criteria and working with DHS to figure out the best ways to increase referrals and their court census. They have already seen an increase in referrals in Q8 of the current biennium. The program manager and judge have met with partners regarding the need for increased timely data entry, and program staff will follow up with extra SCMS data training as needed. They noted that their judge averages 5 to 7 minutes with each participant, and the judge does plan to attend their OSCA training to improve judicial exchanges and behavior responses.
I don't know if it was just me, Adeline, but it cut out on the last 60 seconds of what you said. I don't know if that's true for other people.
Well, just in case, I think the important notes are that they are working to increase putting extra SCMS data in as needed, and they're working on getting folks trained, that their judge averages 5 to 7 minutes with each participant, and the judge plans to attend OSCA's training to improve judicial exchanges. Those were the big notes. All right. So this is the staff recommendation for Harney and Grant counties. They have an average of 8 participants. They have a completion rate of 44%, and they are at 47% spending. Staff recommended reducing the navigation specialist to 1 unit a month, and that was based on the narrative description of the time spent with participants. We also recommended the reduction of weekend UAs to reflect the number of participants. The participant supports, as well as drug testing and lab confirmations, were reduced. So for the participant supports, I guess that's not on this one, we reduced them from 30 to 21 to reflect the participants served in the last year. And then drug testing supplies and lab confirmations were reduced. We were unable as staff to determine the unit of 240. So we reduced it to reflect 63 tests, which would be 52 weeks. So each week of the year, plus 11 holidays to account for that weekend and holiday drug testing. The rest were due to their prioritization sheet. And you'll note, if it's helpful for this one in particular, that I know that total fulfilled number is pretty low, but note that their total ask was pretty significantly over their initial cap.
So to test my knowledge, you're indicating then that 105%, they exceeded that request significantly, and that's why we have a low total fulfilled amount.
Correct. So you'll see that total ask was just under 143,000, and their initial cap should have been $69,330.45.
How old is this court?
Oh, that's a great question for Rachel Mark.
I believe it's a couple bienniums old. I want to say they kicked that off. If it wasn't the 1921, it was 21, 23.
Thanks, Jake. It was 2022.
So I'm gonna throw out what I was, I think, trying to explain previously about, like, so take this court, for example. I assume they came in with a very low ask when they first apply. And that's why their cap initial amount is low. No, that's not accurate.
No, so I mean, their very initial, when they were in implementation court, maybe was low. That doesn't really play into it. What plays into it was how much was awarded in 23-25. So in 23-25, remember that we had the initial awards from the CJC grant process, and then thanks to those 4002, 5204, the appropriate House bill numbers, they received additional funding in Q3. So all of that funding was considered. That was your 100%, and then they had an additional 5% allotted for growth. And that's how we came to that initial cap.
No, I get that, and I'll make my point and then I'll let it go, Adeline. My point is that if you're a treatment court and you come in with a moderate ask, you will be capped. I don't know what you're planning on for the next biennium, but you are essentially capped because you were moderate and made a small request. But had you made and justified a larger request the last biennium, then you wouldn't be capped so low, even if the need is high.
So I'm going to push back on that just a little bit, Judge, because it also has to do with that spending. So in this particular case, if they came in at 100% of that spending, so if they spent all the award, or up to 70%, right? We're not expecting them to have spent all their funds by Q7, then they would have had a higher initial cap. So I think that the spending is really where we were focused, in part because, right, this is a competitive grant, and these funds, our number of courts are growing in the grant program, but not the funds. So we want to make sure that folks are having access, ideally pretty equitably, for their courts as they grow.
All right, so if there's a court that comes in at like 70% of what they're spending and they're capped really low, then that might be a conversation. But because these guys are only at 47 of their spending in Q7, then that's a big issue as well.
Right.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Of course. Annie, I can see you talking, but I can't hear you.
How about now? Can you hear?
You're quiet, but you're there.
Oh, I can't hear you. I'll work on this for a minute. I don't have anything major to add.
Oh, we can hear you now, though.
Oh, now? Okay, and then I can hear you. Oh, I was wondering, the reduction, the recommendation for the reduction, was that down to the participants, or was there any room for some growth? Because for their court, because the narrative there states that they served 21, but the 8 was the average participants.
And so our reductions were to the 21.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions or recommendations for this court? All right, I got a couple thumbs up. All right, next up we have Josephine County Family Treatment Court. So they noted in response to your GRC feedback that they had kind of a specific story that they accepted a participant who had a tumultuous relationship with an existing participant. And so to account for that, they've staggered those participants' appearances so they don't interact but have equal access to the judge and program. So I think just kind of highlighting how they're making court as accessible as possible for participants, even if they have a prior relationship with another family treatment court participant. They outlined how they identify levels of risk in their family treatment court. They noted that by the end of 2025, parent mentors, caseworkers, and CASAs will all be entering information into SCMS. They plan to develop and implement a response matrix by yesterday, by 7/28/25. They also redesigned their current integrated case plan to align with requirements as identified by DHS, and this will be in use by the end of this year, so during the 23-25 biennium. Providers plan to increase their entry of UAs into SCMS, and the court plans to identify program goals for the following year at the last policy committee meeting of the year. All right, so with this, I want you to note in that top right-hand corner, you notice they don't have a scaled cap. That is because they are a previous implementation court. They were awarded implementation court funds in 23-25. So for their court, they have an average participation of 5, a completion rate of 33%, and spending level at 49%. Which again kind of doesn't matter because of the them being an implementation court. All right, so staff noted a couple things. If I may, I'll go over and come back. So there were a couple reductions. First off, we recommended cutting the treatment center training and compliance specialists because the narrative didn't provide clear information as what this individual does for the program or the participants. We also recommended reducing the CASA to reflect 8 hours a week. We did this by estimating 6 hours a week spent in court plus additional 2 hours a week to gather information to be presented in court. We also recommended cutting the clinical director and addictions treatment clinical manager as the positions were not tied directly to those treatment court participants. The recovery housing support staff and peer support specialists, we recommended cutting those due to the positions feeling redundant to the coordinator and other funded roles. We recommended reducing the parent mentor to 1 FTE based on the narrative outline of 1 mentor serving an average of 12 individuals and meeting with them once a week. And then finally, we recommended cutting the parent program manager as the position was a management backup position and not tied directly to treatment court participants. It isn't on the screen, but we also recommended cutting the tablet or laptop for CASA, as it didn't explain why the treatment court would cover a need for the CASA employees. So much how OJD provides coordinators with cell phones, CASA should really be providing that employee with a laptop. And then finally, their training and travel was reduced to that 12,000
So, on the CASA,
Mhm.
I appreciate the reduction. I know my understanding is that CASA is volunteer based, but the director, is paid, and there's also a cost associated, with a CASA, that the nonprofit probably, incurs as a result of managing the CASA. And so the way you did it is fine. I don't think it's an hourly employee that's there, but it does cost to support that volunteer. And so I agree with the reduction.
Oh, okay.
On the peer support specialist, you said that it felt that that was a redundant position to the coordinator and others that were talked about.
Yeah, they had several roles in here. Again, if you want, I don't know if you have it in front of you, their expense sheet had several roles. So when we got to those in particular, based on their narrative, there wasn't really a clear direction on how those particular roles were doing something other than either roles we recommended funding or roles that would presumably be assumed by the coordinator.
Yeah, it was, I will say that I applaud them for asking for all the things that they really want, which is great to see. But there was so much, and so sometimes it was hard to track. The parent mentor, I guess that is in some ways a little bit where a redundancy could be. Based on the hours, that makes sense. And I guess I'm trying to think through this because they've stated that they had one client at least who probably couldn't have the same service providers or would be difficult with some of those relationships. But the way that this was cut doesn't necessarily mean one person. It just is the hours that are available for those parent mentors to be available for those parent mentors. Is that right?
Yeah, so it was essentially by FTE.
Yeah.
And just to be, so that we're very clear, there was also a parent mentor program manager, and that one we recommended cutting as it was a management or backup position and wasn't tied directly to treatment court participants. So there were two. I just want to make sure that there were multiple that had very similar titles.
Yes, and that's consistent with what we've done in a number of other courts of reducing anyone that's that more direct manager kind of other role that couldn't be tied directly to.
Correct. I just wanted to be clear that there were multiple.
What about housing? Why was that cut?
Let me look. Oh, they didn't ask for any housing.
Will you go back to what you cut?
Sure.
Recovery housing, 15,000 requested, recommended 0.
That was, here, let me pull up the exact, it was a options recovery housing support staff.
Yeah, it was a position rather than actual beds.
So it was under contractual services.
Number 7.
So if I'm hearing you guys correctly, then if they ask more for supports directly related to the participant rather than funding a position?
So for this particular position, staff recommended cutting it due to based on their narrative, this position felt very redundant to other roles that were being funded. And also based on how they described or what they described this person would be doing, it felt very similar to what a coordinator would be doing as well. So between the coordinator and the other positions, this one felt like they were doing the same thing based on their narrative. But as always, if you all have a different recommendation, you are more than welcome to make it.
I'm sorry, Adeline, remind me grants pass. What, that one? The 21,000?
Oh, that one. let me roll up here. That was a Grants Pass Treatment Center Training and Compliance Specialist. And that one was cut because the narrative didn't provide clear information on what this individual does for the program or the participants. But that was staff's recommendation.
And one last question for me, I think.
Sure.
At least for this peer support, again, why was that reduced to 0?
So that one was reduced. Oh, hang on, sorry, let me get to the right note. There we go. So both that and the housing support staff, so both of those positions, staff recommended cutting it due to positions feeling redundant to other funded roles. So throughout the narratives, we felt that there were other roles that kind of explained that they were doing the same duties, as well as a couple of the things they mentioned in there seemed redundant to what the coordinator does as well. And let me know if you want me to leave it on the slide since there were a lot of individual positions, or I can go back to the overall slide if that's helpful as well.
I think, yeah, I think I'm good on this one. The one comment I have that I'm tempted to increase some of or to look at least one of either the peer support or the recovery housing person, or increasing some funding there, but their numbers are quite low. And so I'm struggling a little bit with how that would be justified. I mean, I know they anticipate some growth. And so for me, I think that this is a court that if things were to grow in the future or things were to increase, that some of the justifications and explanations for how those roles would be supportive and different would be helpful. But I think from what I'm seeing now and based on their numbers, that the recommendations, I think I'm okay with.
And I will add to, regardless, again, this is just information, the way that we have discussed it thus far, and we'll give you final numbers, of course, at the end, but the way we've discussed it thus far is assuming that there will be a chunk of funding available at the end that would be available as a supplemental round. So I only note that to think for these courts that are fairly new, right? This was an implementation court previously. If they do experience that growth, which we hope they do, right? We love to see family treatment courts. I know you do, Annie. I know you're a big fan. Hopefully, then if needed, that might be a great option for them if they do experience that growth. But again, you all are well within your rights to make recommendations if you do want to see those roles increased. What we would need, though, is we would need to have you all state some justification about how those positions, how you found that they weren't redundant to the others that were funded. And of course, a number that we'd need to increase them by. Okay, I got a thumbs up from Annie, which I am thinking means that you want to you're suggesting the recommendation to stick with the staff recommendations that we see here. I just want to give other GRC members
So I would like to suggest an increase in regards to the peer mentor. Could you flip it back to
I can.
what, I think you funded at 50% for the mentor and 0 for the manager, and the manager attends court hearings. And I'm not sure, like, I understand you're indicating it may be repetitive or I don't know if it's the same person. It sounds like it's not, but with an implementation grant, their hope is to grow. And so I would say I would be willing to increase the parent mentors by 75% because they do a ton of work.
Okay,
And
so you're
like a total.
okay. Okay, so just to be crystal clear, you're recommending increase parent mentors to 75%. And then the parent manager was reduced completely because it was a management position. And so that was consistent with what we did in previous courts. So you're recommending leave that one, but then increase the parent mentors to 75%. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And
What do you
oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna ask Jake or Connie, is Joe here today?
Yes.
Oh, good.
So we can absolutely make that recommendation of 75%. I do want to note though, and this just in case this changes a percentage or anything, that the reason that the parent mentors were reduced to that it wasn't just a straight 50% cut, it was a reduction based on one FTE based on the outline that they gave in their narrative of one mentor serving an average of 12 individuals and meeting with them once a week. So the only reason I say that is, do you want to change the FTE or do you want to just increase it by 75%? Either way, saying with room for growth. Jake, you've gone off mute, and I don't know if that's because you want to add something here.
Yeah, that they mentioned 1 to 12 ratio, meeting with people once a week. So adding another half a position, I mean, because we're going 75% instead of 100%, adding a half a position, I'm not sure what that would look like if their client to peer support ratio is 1 to 12 and they've got 8. So I understand that, hey, there's always room to grow, but also I'm just stuck on that 1 to 12 and there's 8 right now.
There's currently 5. The average participation that was reported was 5. And then in their application, they said the 12.
Okay, so there's 5. So my bad. So I mean, we're 1 to 5 right now, and they say they can do 1 to 12. So I hate to be the negative Nancy on this one, but I don't agree. I don't agree with increasing that. Just based on 1 to 5, and they can be 1 to 12.
I will say, I feel like the two of you are both, I'm on right kind of in the middle of you two, because I think I agree with Judge Katsumakadosh, the parent mentors, and you're not saying anything different on this, but the importance of them, but the numbers are the hard part to justify, and I think the Adeline's explanation of hopefully the ability with some leftover money to be able to come back and say, hey, our numbers have increased, or here's our additional request if things do drastically change. I do appreciate that they will have that opportunity, assuming there is leftover funding, to come back and make an ask if their numbers do increase.
And I don't disagree with that at all, but I know from managing our grant that I may underspend in one area and see a big change in somewhere else, so we can move some monies around based on requests. And if that's the case, they can shuffle some money around based from one line item to another line item. Especially since we haven't expended all of funding. I think there may be room for that. I think there may be room for that.
Can I weigh in on this too? It's not letting me
Of course.
raise my hand for some reason.
Oh, that's okay. You're fine. We hear you.
I agree with the judge's position on this. I think as my perspective of coming from a small county, when I hear people talk about like you need to raise your numbers and increase your numbers, if you're not funded to what you envision your program to be to start, it's not going to be as effective as you want it to be. And I think the peers are really important. And what I've seen in any specialty court, that peers provide such a valuable service. If that is what they're requesting to be successful in that, you're not going to see growth unless your program is what you envision it to be and you're working towards. So I think we need to give them the opportunity to be successful with that expectation that they will grow if we give them the resources to do so. I don't like the idea of withholding funds, saying you have to get better and then we'll give you more money to do better. That just doesn't ring true to me. And I think that anytime you can support any of the mentors or peer support like that is really important.
Okay, so this is what I'm hearing so far. I'm hearing 2 GRC members saying, let's increase it to 75% to allow for growth. I'm hearing 1 GRC member say they already have enough room for growth. We don't want to increase it beyond the staff recommendation. And I'm hearing 1 say, I see both sides. I'm in the middle. So really, I think what we need now is to hear from Connie and or Joe, and that way we can get a majority one way or the other.
This is Connie. I feel like there's an overlap in the skills trainer and the parent mentors as far as the description and the roles that they would be serving. So I would tend to go more with leaving it where it's at versus right.
Okay, so now we're at 2 and 1 in the middle. So Joe, where do you stand on this?
Yeah, I think this is. I went back and forth on this one for a while, just because of where they're at and kind of developing it, and I don't know how much effort's gone into a variety of their programs down there and what they do. And one of the things that I know the county does fairly well is, with limited resources, is do their best to do things to fidelity. And so, so I think, I forget who said it, it may have been Kelsey, but that I think when they're trying to build a program to do it the right way, you kind of need to have certain things in place. And I think peer mentors are important. So I'd actually support increasing the peer mentor on this one, because that can really help specifically with family treatment courts. Not that it can't help with others, but it is extremely important, in my opinion, in those programs. So I'd support the increase in this one.
Okay, so just to make sure that I'm on the right page, because I have not consumed a lot of coffee yet this morning, we have the judge, we have Joe, and we have Kelsey in favor of increasing this to 75%. We have Jake and Connie saying leave it at staff recommendation for potential use of a supplemental round later. And we have Annie, who could go either way. Is that correct? Okay, then my math says that we do want to, based on that, the majority is saying increase that parent mentor role from 50% to 75% to reflect the potential growth during the next biennium. Is that a fair summary? All right, perfect. So with that, do we have any additional recommendations beyond that increase? All right, moving on up. All right, next up, we have Columbia County's Family Treatment Court. They just wanted to note in their feedback all the work that they've been doing to continue to expand to meet that 4-to-1 incentive to sanction ratio. And this included several team members attending that incentives camp in April 2025. So again, OSCA, shout out. Folks love that incentives camp. Good work. And they are also working with their LPSC to form an advisory committee. And again, these are all responses to your feedback that's seen there on the screen. All right. So with this, staff recommended that the recovery housing peer mentor and the, oh, sorry, hang on. Let's get backed up. Let's give you some numbers first. Average participation was 13. Their completion rate for Columbia FTC is 47%, and they are at 68% spending. Staff did have a couple recommendations for this, just a few. We did recommend that the recovery housing peer mentor and the house manager positions were both reduced by 20% due to lack of information about how that monthly amount was decided. There really wasn't, we didn't know if it was per participant, how they were figuring that out. Training and travel, again, not on the screen, was capped at $12,000, and then those admin costs, because of those reductions, were reduced to that 10% mark. I do want to note specifically Columbia FTC, they did request an ask that was significantly under that initial cap.
What was it on the contractual that was reduced?
It was the peer mentor and the house manager. And again, those were just reduced by that 20% to be consistent with staff methodology that we couldn't figure out how they got the math. We couldn't figure out how they got there. There wasn't in the narrative description or through the formula.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So Adeline, how would you expect them to explain the peer mentor?
I think we understood what the peer mentor does. What we were hoping for throughout the applications was an explanation for how you got to the amounts you got. So we wanted an explanation for the math. What is this pay? We know it's paying for peer mentors, right? But how was that number figured out? Because if we don't know how the number is figured out, we can't make a judgment on if it's reasonable or not.
So I'm looking at the application, and then you guys ask for the rate, the unit type, the units per month, and then the number of average participants that are served. Do you need a different formula than that?
And I'm gonna full disclosure, I don't have the exact formula in front of me. My recollection is, and again, part of the role of the GRC is to know if we've made a mistake. If you want to make a recommendation that, hey, you all were wrong and we need more, that is absolutely something that you're welcome to do. My recollection is when we kind of check those numbers to make sense, it wasn't a straight across. So the numbers that they gave us didn't get to those.
So when you say the numbers that they gave you didn't get to those, these are the numbers they gave you, right? Like they said, the rate is $2,321 a month. And that, so that's 1 month, and they served 6 participants in the last year with that. And then, so if I timesed, what would it be? It comes up to 60,346. I'd have to do the math, but is the math contained in that?
Jake, I feel you went unmuted, so if you want to add something here, feel free.
Well, I'm trying to figure out the math. I have my handy dandy calculator out here. And at 23.21 a month times 24 months gives me 55,704. And I'm not sure where the other 5,400 bucks came from, or about 5,400 bucks came from to get the 60. And I know the worksheet did all the math, or should have done all the math.
So I think what we were looking for as staff is in this section, we were looking for a clear showing of how much of someone's time is going into the treatment court program. And we felt like with the information that were given, that wasn't what we received. This almost felt honestly more like a personnel request. Like it should have been, I think it would have been easier to figure out in the personnel. Regardless though, if you all as the GRC disagree with staff, I want to remind you, you absolutely are welcome to make a different recommendation.
So the math on there, going back to Jake, the formula that CJC puts in there is 26 months, so not 24 months. So is that because, you guys put the formula in, right, Adeline?
So this one, no, so this one is kind of showcasing, this isn't bad, you're bad, Jake, this is actually my bad. So what happened was initially we sent out a worksheet that showed 24 months and because for the biennium, right? But in reality, over the 25 to 27 biennium, they have 26 months to spend their money. So they're getting funded for 24 months, but they have 26 months to spend it. And so I sent out that sheet thinking that would be more helpful for folks. But what it turns out is it messed a lot of people up. So again, my apologies to the applicants. That was totally my bad. So we sent out another one that was like, essentially, hey, we're sorry, we made a mistake. Here's 24 months, please do it by the biennium. So my guess is this one just didn't get updated. So in reality, it should be for 20, they broke it out over 26 months, but again, it would be funded for that 24 months. But regardless, I want to be really clear, the months wasn't the reduction, but that's not why the reduction was made. The reduction was made because we didn't feel that from their either the formula or their description, we didn't know how much of that person's time was going into the Family Treatment Court program. So again, if you feel like there's enough there to give you that, then you could, make a recommendation to increase that back to that 100%.
And I do stand corrected on the 26 months versus 24 months. So my apologies.
I set you up for failure, Jake. That was me.
Jake, I didn't know it till I looked at the sheet, so I would have done 24 months as well. So don't worry about that at all. So the way I read this, and if you guys read it different, that's fine, is that Columbia, that's who we're on, Columbia County is saying that we have a peer support mentor dedicated to our court. And one person is getting paid $2,321 and they serve 6 people. And that would, if we reduced it down to 24 months, then we'll take Jake's number, which is the number that they should have, is 55,704 for that. What do you guys think?
So I just want to add a little bit. So for this one in particular, if you do make a recommendation, you have to make the recommendation because at least what I'm hearing you say is that it's about FTE. So the recommendation wouldn't be as much about the amount. What I'm hearing you say is you want the recommendation to be, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying this person 100% of their time, you feel like you have enough to say that whole FTE is going to the Family Treatment Court. So it would be about increasing the FTE, not the number, because I don't want that 26, 24 month discrepancy to cause any issues.
One of my concerns with it is in the narrative, it talks about the recovering housing peer mentor also provides supervision for the FTC participants' children in the child activity room, but 2 lines down is a whole separate thing just for the activity room. So it seems like maybe it's being covered in 2 different spots.
So Connie, with that, are you recommending that it stays at the staff recommendation, or were you just sharing that information?
I I think more just sharing it for the conversation we're having at this time.
Okay.
I'll say what I'm struggling with is, as we, talked about in the last, in Josephine County and here, the peer mentors, I think we all value incredibly highly. But then we also had followed a sort of similar practice in a lot of our treatment of these fundings, of saying, oh, the narrative isn't quite there, then the standard is that we follow this reduction pattern. And so that's where my struggle is, because I think ideally I would always fund 100% of every single peer mentor ask on all of these courts.
Right.
And so that is why I'm struggling with the justification of the changing it from the staff recommendation. The other piece that is holding me back is it's interesting that their total ask was so low. And I also do worry that in some ways that penalized them, because if they had asked for, they could have asked for more.
So Annie, if I may, I just want to point out that that wouldn't penalize them at all, because they could ask up to that scaled cap. So if you look to that top right-hand corner, so they could have asked, even with their scaled cap based on their spending, they could have asked up to that 490,000 and change. They chose not to. I think that Columbia was being very, I think they were basing on what they spent. I think that they looked at their budget and were like, this is where we've been, and we're asking truly for what they needed for the most part. And I do want to just, again, kind of second what you said in the beginning, in that like staff aren't looking to cut things just for the sake of cutting them. We really tried to stick with a very consistent methodology along the lines of, if we couldn't get it out of the narrative and we couldn't make sense of it, then we recommended that 20% reduction, just because we needed to be clear about what these funds were for. So you're correct that like that methodology has been utilized through all the courts, not even just family treatment courts, all the courts. That methodology has been pretty consistent.
So Adeline, I want to double check my understanding. So are you saying that, and maybe I needed to look closer at the others, are you saying that had they put in their narrative, we have one peer mentor, one FTE for 6 participants, then that would have been clear?
Yeah, if we would have had a better idea of how much time they were putting into it, like how much was this person putting into the family treatment court program, if we would have been able to figure that out, then yes, potentially that could have been higher. Which
So,
again, oh, go ahead.
Sorry. So in cases where did we have like, I'd have to look back at drug court, but did we like for mental health therapists or nurses or things of that nature, did they spell all those out?
Yeah, I think staff, again, I will remind you all that as the GRC, like part of this process is making sure that staff are making the proper recommendations and that we've done what we're supposed to do. But we tried incredibly hard to be consistent in that if we couldn't figure out what amount of money they were utilizing for a position or for a housing or whatever the appropriate category is. If we couldn't figure that out and how much was going into the program, then we recommended a reduction of that 20% across the board. But that's why you'll see it in all the different categories. So there were some in personnel, some in contractual, some in housing, some in supplies. The
Right.
only ones that really it's not in are training and administrative, because that was, clearly cut to either the cap or that 10%.
Right, and again, just trying to get the clarification, so like a probation officer, 0.25% of a probation officer, that wouldn't be enough, they would need to spell out the number of hours the probation officer actually helped with the drug court in order to be able to do the math.
Right. We needed something to tell us, right? It was, I think, I will say it was a little clearer in personnel, right? Because the math is clear by nature. We know what a 40-hour work week is, right? So it was easier to figure out. But yes, we needed that information.
Okay.
So at this point, when the interest, do we have, how is it, I just want to get a temperature check, just because we do have a lot of courts that we still need to get through. Do we have a feeling on this, a consensus on kind of where we want to go? If we want to recommend the increase, if we want to stick with staff methodology? I will again remind everyone that there is that potential of that supplemental round if needed, as well. So where are we kind of feeling on this one?
I'm inclined to go with recommendation on this one.
Okay, maybe we can hear from a couple other folks.
I will reluctantly also go with the staff recommendation, but encourage them to think about how they phrase their narrative in the future and think about that supplemental ask if that is available.
All right, so I'm hearing two so far have spoken to continue with the recommendation. Is that the majority, the consensus?
I'm comfortable leaving it as it is.
Okay. Do we have, beyond that one, were there any other recommendations for this court, or can we move forward?
Now, it appears the only other major cut was the training, and that's just to get us in line with what we've done for everybody.
Right.
And administrative just brought him down to 10% of the recommended budget.
Exactly. All right, we'll move forward. Next up, we have Wasco and Hood River Counties, their family treatment court. This is a court that is brand new to CJC funding. They noted in response to your feedback that they've requested the best practices training from OSCA for their court team. And they've also connected with OSCA for recommendations regarding recovery capital assessment tools. Now, because they are a new court to us, they didn't have that cap. We do know that they have had an average participation of 1, and they have a 0% completion rate. Staff did recommend cutting the UA tech or clerical staff cut, as probation's not a required position for an FTC, and no explanation was provided in the narrative as to why this is appropriate for this program. So kind of to harken back to Annie's point, unless there was a pretty clear discussion in the narrative about why a probation officer was needed for a family treatment court, we did recommend cutting them. The only other cuts for this court were for, this has been consistent across all of Wasco and Hood River County's courts, but it's the cleaning supplies, the first aid, and the basic household necessities. And those were just cut from supply or housing, excuse me, as they weren't explained in the narrative as to how they were broken down or tied directly one-on-one to participants.
You said their current participation is 1. Do they have an anticipated growth?
They didn't have, to my knowledge, anticipated growth. They do have a capacity of 10.
So question, and I'm looking at the narrative, are they just using probation for a UA tech to do their observed UAs, not using a probation officer for any other reason?
We can review the narrative and see what's in there. Also, I think as we kind of go through the narrative again, I do want to note, thank you, Rachel Mark, that they just relaunched in 2024. So that one participant low completion rate makes sense with that.
It does look like in the narrative, they explain that the probation officer does do more than just the UAs, that he kind of serves as a case manager and coordinating services, I should say.
Yeah, they reference probation officers in their narrative, but they're asking for UA tech and clerical staff. So I'm confused on what the UA tech and clerical staff will do.
Yeah, I would be happy to support the innovative use of the probation office for the purpose of cutting costs and doing UAs, absolutely. But I get what you're saying on the probation officer part. So it is a little, it's not a huge request, granted, but I'm not sure which portion, because they do put it in, put both those in there. And is this, like, when we looked at Lincoln County, they have that, the parallel? Do we know anything about their program from the handbook or anything about if they also have DAs and defense attorneys like Lincoln County, where it's a multi-court?
We can look that up.
I looked at the participant handbook. It doesn't look like they listed a DA in there, but just the parent-child attorneys and the child welfare related folks. And I agree with what the UAs, if that were the request is for UAs, I think that would have been, that makes sense. But the additional kind of comments about the case management and such make it sound like there's a little bit more of a role beyond that. So I would be inclined to support the staff recommendation. And if I recall correctly, the supplies and the other things, there's a similar ask. And we also did agree to reduce that one on for lacking the justification as tied to the like the real need for it.
In housing, yes.
Yeah, in the housing, yeah, the first aid. And
yeah, okay, let me.
So that's me supporting the staff recommendation.
All right. Is that the consensus? All right. Perfect. Your Honor, I'm going to request that you go off screen and mute because next up is Lynn County Family Treatment Court. So Lynn County noted in response to your feedback that they have partnered with a local CCO, which has deepened their understanding of available local resources. Their partnerships support the sustainability of their program operations and has reduced the reliance on grant funding. They have an additional collaboration with Every Child that enabled the program to convert one of the jury rooms into a family-friendly space for children to use during court, which is allowing parents to be fully engaged with a judge that we all know very well here during their FTC. And Every Child plans to provide Every Child, the organization, plans to provide a volunteer to watch children during court sessions. They noted that they were not designated to receive SPA funds through DHS and that they lost their OJJDP grant funds, which were heavily relied upon in 23-25. So just kind of notable in the sense that kind of changes in funding, I think. We do want to note that they had an average participation of 16. Their completion was 45%, and their spending was at 53%. So the only staff suggested cuts to this one was that cap to training and travel. So I don't have an additional information slide. Any additional recommendations on this one?
I'm good with it as presented.
All right. Okay, I see lots of thumbs up, so here we go. Your Honor, please feel free to come back. Welcome. In response to the GRC feedback, we have Clatsop County Family Treatment Court, and they noted that they are seeking funding for a dedicated PO to conduct validated risk assessments, and then those results will be uploaded to SCMS. Their team is reviewing national models to strengthen fidelity and matching incentives to sanctions, and they'll track responses in SCMS. They did want to note that they do not use jail as a routine sanction. They are planning to start using risk and needs data from SCMS to guide the team staffing and judicial messaging. Judges spend a minimum of 3 minutes per participant. And they also noted they are planning to form an advisory and steering committees. And then they wanted to note that they're developing an equity checklist to guide staffing and behavior response decisions to really ensure those culturally responsive supervision and treatment practices. With that, we'll give you some numbers for them. So their average participation is 7. They have a completion rate of 56%, and they are a new court to us, and so they do not have a cap. We do want to note a few staff recommended cuts, if I may. I'll come back to this one. So we recommended cutting the probation deputy, as again, it was not a required staff position for an FTC, and we didn't feel that there was enough additional explanation as to why they were needed for the program. We also recommended cutting the CASA because the narrative really did not specify how the funds would be used. They only noted that it would offset CASA staff and volunteer time. And since volunteer time is unpaid, there would be no cost to offset. Those were our two recommendations. And then beyond that, there was a reduction to that $12,000 cap for training, and then the reduction to administrative costs to get it to that 10%.
Sorry, what was their average engagement number?
Their average participation is 7.
Did you say this was a new, or is it a new court or new to CJC?
It's new to the CJC, but maybe we can have Rachel Mark. She could maybe give us some guidance on how long they've been in action.
Launched in 2022.
Thank you, Rachel.
Two things. One would be, what did we do for the other one regarding the CASA? And does the narrative support that? It was a small percent. And then,
So, go ahead. No.
And the other one would be, with it being new, does their narrative and their newness justify increasing their training?
So let me answer first about the CASA. So we, again, I just want to remind, we have to look at each individual. In the past, we did, the previous CASA we did allow, because in that court's narrative, they explained it was the supervisor and how much time they were going to spend, all that information. We didn't find that information in Clatsup's narrative, which is why we made that reduction. Training and travel, again, they were offered the chance, courts were offered the chance to go over that $12,000 cap if they justified why they needed the additional training. We did not feel as staff that they did that, which is why they were cut to that $12,000. If you all, after reading their narratives, feel otherwise, we can of course change that.
I didn't see anywhere in there, maybe I missed it, I just want to check. Did they mention any other funding sources? Did anyone notice?
I don't think they did, but I just do want to note that most courts didn't, because it wasn't something we asked for. So I just do want to note that this, again, originally, long before I frankly even knew what the CJC was, when this grant was started, it really was meant for gap funding. So the vast majority of courts do have other funding sources available. This really was initially meant to kind of fill those spaces that weren't being filled by that additional, or those other sources.
Okay.
So all that to say, I don't think they do, but there was no requirement that they had to.
It just 13,000 for 7 participants seems like a really low number to be able to serve all their needs. But if there's additional funding sources, then that would fill the gap.
Yeah, and I will also commend the courts who did this. We had pretty clear instructions to ask for what you need. And so if they're asking for that, my guess is that's what they figured they needed.
I'm not sure if you know the answer to this, but on their All Rise or their training funds request, it looks like they have 6 items, but they separated them all out into like the 2,200 and an 800 cost.
I can't speak to anything beyond what's in the narrative, but I will say traditionally, many courts will separate the training costs versus the travel costs.
Okay.
And so my guess is that some of it's travel to and from All Rise. I don't remember where it is this coming year. Maybe Rachel knows, but I do think it's on the East Coast. So those training costs or travel costs. It's in Nashville. Oh, fun time.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, I agree with the personnel cuts. and the kind of the comments or the recommendations up above. Also just note, I think this is another court that got a little bit stuck with some of the standards. The LSCMI is of course, a validated tool, but there aren't actually any validated tools for family treatment court, which is a hard one. And so I think that's an area that would be great for them to explore and think about and talk to others about which tools are really great for using in evaluating child welfare clients and families. But I'm also with a newer court and the request for the training, because it's a newer court, I would support their full training request, because that would allow a wider range of folks to go to the training. And I think the highest benefit is having that across the collaboration between different participants who go. And so the justification, if this works, would be based on being a new court and having the personnel that their training would support sending more people to the training.
Do you feel like, Annie, that was justified in their narrative? So we did have the vast majority of courts request over that $12,000 amount. So we need to make sure that additional request, you feel as the GRC, was justified in the narrative.
That's a harder question, I guess. I would like to say yes, the narrative is pretty basic. I'm wondering, did they address it in any of their other areas besides this budget projection sheet?
I'm going to jump in and say that the narrative itself, and I think you're not muted, so we can kind of hear your background, but the application itself presents a justification for them having the training. As Annie pointed out, their lack of understanding of an assessment tool indicates they need training on that. Like, I'm not saying that they did an application where they justified it, but on the face of the application, it appears that they need training, and because they're new, that justifies it. I don't know if that's helpful or not.
So I will note that doesn't, unfortunately, change. It doesn't align with the methodology that we used in reducing training. Again, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to make sure that we're being consistent across the grants as much as possible. And I will remind folks that we do have, as of right now, I know there's a lot of courts to go through, but we do have some pretty significant, at the moment, a pretty significant chunk of funds due to the recommendations that you all have continued. So there's a good chance that there will be a supplemental round, and maybe that is GRC feedback that you can get and that they could potentially utilize if they wanted to apply for training, additional training.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything that's been said at all, but I think other counties and other grants we've reviewed or budgets we've reviewed could argue for the same thing. So I think we need to be consistent, and I like the fact that there could be money left over and they can circle back around and request that. But to maintain the consistency, I like that.
Judge, I'm seeing you nodding, and I got a thumbs up. Okay, so that is the consensus to go with the recommendation from staff that's on the screen. Right.
Yes.
Perfect. All right, next up, we have Benton County Family Treatment Court. a reminder that this is a new court. In fact, I'm going to ask Rachel Mark while I go through the GRC feedback. You can look up kind of when they officially started. Their coordinator noted that they are organizing additional data entry training. They're working to improve policies to create more effective delivery of behavior responses by identifying items that are culturally and family appropriate, developing a service matrix, and creating a survey to tailor incentives to individual needs and interests. They intend to use SCMS to monitor their participant engagement to strengthen their alignment with risk and need. They're working diligently to expand incentive options to meet that 4-to-1 recommended ratio. They are also working to establish an advisory committee. They also noted that all FTC program materials will be translated into Spanish and Chinese. They didn't know if it was Mandarin or Cantonese. And they will use SCMS data to track and monitor engagement and outcomes across racial and ethnic groups. Now, they are a new court. I don't know if, Rachel, you want to take a moment to talk about how new they are. They currently have an average participation of 0 and a completion rate of 0.
Yeah, I would say they just actually launched this year. I think they started taking their first participants in late February. Their coordinator officially started in April, so they're just getting their feet under them. I do know that they have served more than 0 individuals at this point. They have people actively in their program. If you want me to dig into the dashboard and get you any specifics on information, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you. So for this one, staff did make a couple recommendations. We did recommend reducing their weekend and holiday drug testing to reflect 6 participants, which is what they reported in their budget projection sheet. And I apologize. Let me back that up. We recommended reducing it to reflect 6 participants because that's 75% of the capacity. So we recognizing that when they came in, it was brand spanking new and they didn't have any participants, but noting that they were growing, we went to that 75% of capacity. We also recommended a reduction to the ADC test center. This was their weekend and holiday drug test collection services. We recommended cutting that because as of what they reported in their application, they don't have a contract with a provider. So we're unable to know if that amount is correct. Now, I want to be clear, they're still eligible because they are still doing drug testing, but they don't have that contract yet. And then we also suggested, again, reducing that peer mentor support to 6 participants, which again is that 75% of capacity. That is a similar reduction that we made in housing, again, to reflect those 6 participants. And then additional that are not on this slide, but that we did recommend, I'll go back to the other one as well, is that we recommended incentives, gift cards, participant supports, and transportation services, again, all be reduced to reflect that 75% capacity. And then we did recommend the child care supplies be completely cut, as it was for a child care room and just kind of general supplies versus a direct support for children. So they didn't really have enough information about that. So that was keeping consistent with the other reductions we had recommended if we didn't have more information beyond that. I do want to make a quick note as you're looking through these. So while they are new, and we did have a couple brand new courts, they did choose to enter this competitive grant process versus, say, an implementation process. So with all new courts, not just new to us, but like brand new courts, we have to treat them with the same methodology that we've treated every other court. So we have to, again, remain that consistent. So just, I feel like there's maybe some thoughts around like, oh, building, but we have to maintain that same methodology.
For the drug testing, since there's no the reason is there's no contract. So if they were to get a contract, they could come back and say, we have a contract now. Please fund us. Here are the numbers and the expectation.
Yeah, through that supplemental round. Yeah.
Because that's the one thing. Everything else makes sense, and that's, I feel like that's such a hard one, because we kind of harp on the UA process quite a bit, and we all know weekend UAs are so difficult, and they're in process. So it sounds like the timing on this is just really unfortunate. But that's the only one that's at all giving me pause. But I think that the explanation you provided makes sense, and so I would support this recommendation. And encourage them to get that contract finalized so that we can hopefully, with any additional funding with a request, evaluate the request then.
Adeline, does that
Yeah.
supplemental funding that open up, is there a timeline that's set for that? Do they have to wait until that reopens? Or like if they're close to negotiating the contract now, they just don't have the contract, will they have to wait? Like, say if you don't reopen that for 6 months, then they'll need to wait to make that ask. So they won't be doing any testing on the weekends.
Right. So they wouldn't, well, I mean, not right. I don't know, right? There's potentially other funding sources. So I can't speak to whether or not they would be doing weekend and holiday testing. What I can speak to is the supplemental funds, and that is correct. That I don't yet know what the timeline for that would be, but they wouldn't be able to access those funds before the supplemental round opened.
So then we wouldn't be expecting them to do weekend testing until then.
Not with CJC funds. So I did hear one recommendation to move forward with this. Is that the majority of the group agrees? Going
I
on?
feel like they
Oh.
a really good justification in the request for additional training. They justified their judge and their coordinator attending All Rise 2 consecutive years, and then the other request was for the incentive boot camp. And I feel like they did justify it, maybe not at 100%, but maybe up to like 80% versus the 66 that's listed.
Okay. And you felt that there was enough justification within that narrative?
I do.
Okay. How does the rest of the group feel about that? Okay, I got a thumbs up. Oh, we have multiple thumbs up. Okay. So I have 3. Oh, there's a 4th one. All right. So the majority is an increase in training, and you to that 80%, you said?
That's my recommendation.
Okay.
Adeline,
So,
sorry.
oh, can I just add one little note about this? I just want to make sure that we're aware of what is happening. So we prioritized across the board, not just for this court, for all courts, we prioritized in-state funding. So for training. So currently, I just want to be clear, their incentive camp is at 100%. And then All Rise was reduced. So I just want to make sure that we're clear that what you are recommending is an increase in the All Rise training funds to that 80%. Okay, I got a thumbs up. Perfect. All right. Any other recommendations for this court?
I'm gonna go back on the contract one. So I just want to make sure I understand, because I'm looking at their narrative on that, and they did get specific pricing from, let me see if I can find that. They did get specific pricing, but I don't think you could enter a contract unless you had the money to pay for it. So I'm feeling like a chicken and an egg sort of thing.
I cannot speak to what is required for contracts. I don't know if Rachel Mark has additional information, just in general about how that typically works. I don't know if you have that knowledge, Rachel. I assume you know everything.
That's so sweet of you and very generous, and also wrong. But in this scenario, I think I can say that it kind of looks different in each community. Some programs try to do their contracts in advance of the grant cycle so that they know exactly what they ought to be asking for and so that they're ready to start services as soon as the funding turns on. That said, there's obviously risks associated with that and ways that needs to be approached. Given that the funding is not a guarantee. So it could be a substantial time investment that may not pan out. So some communities do that, some do not. I think that really depends on the county because, of course, they're the ones who are actually administering that entire process.
I would assume it depends on their budget as well, because if you're a larger, like you could do that if you're larger, but if you don't have the money and you go enter a contract and you're gonna have to do those services, but you have no money to pay for it and you can't absorb it or shift money from other sources, I would want the money before I entered into a contract.
And I hate to be a broken record, but I think that we really have to focus on the information that they provided in their narrative. So I think we can't sort of expound on that just because we don't know that information beyond what's in the narrative.
I'll say the narrative, it does say that they only got confirmed pricing from one organization and they were hoping to partner with a local person. And so they're still pending a final selection of a service provider. And we're trying to estimate based on market research. And so I read that as a little bit earlier in the process of still trying to navigate, as opposed to saying, this is the one we want, here's the pricing. If approved, we would enter a contract, because I would be supportive of that language, as saying we have the intention to contract if provided the funding.
Could you
Thank
go
you.
back to the cut slide, Adeline,
Sure.
please?
Man, I would like to. Will my computer do it? Yes, there we go.
So we're funding them at 75%. And if they find another program that's close to home that fits their needs, it may or may not be as expensive because of postage and handling and all that jazz. But there's money left over. So if they find that their contract, they're able to enter into a contract with somebody, and it's gonna be greater than the 83,000. They can always circle back around and say, here's our contract, here's the actual cost, because right now we're funding relatively
Jake,
unknowns.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. I think that the discussion, and correct me, GRC members, if I'm wrong, I think the discussion was mostly around that weekend and holiday drug testing. It sounded like, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, the consensus was to take the staff recommendation for the drug test collection and peer mentor support at that, 75% capacity. But that the question that we're having is around that weekend and holiday drug testing, which they don't yet have a contract for.
I was looking at the drug testing collection, talking about that, and I meant to talk about the weekend and holiday. So
That's okay.
My bad.
We gotcha.
I will say I also did that because I was reading the narrative for because your line, it lists weekend and holiday as the top one and their line has it as second. And so I was also reading that. So I would have to reread to see if it's the same program that they talk about. So I would have to kind of read it a little more closely to see if what I said before stands for that weekend testing.
My apologies. You do 50 whatever of these, they start to kind of get wonky a little.
And it's a slightly shorter explanation, but it still is that they've only received pricing from a single vendor. And it's a little unclear if they are continuing to look or if they have selected that vendor.
So with the reread of the narrative, currently the recommendation is to continue on with staff recommendation. Is that still the consensus? I'm getting a thumbs up. I've got 2 thumbs up, a third one. I see a 4th head nod. Perfect. Oops, I'm so sorry. We got ahead of ourselves. Next up is Tillamook County Family Treatment Court. So in response to your feedback that's on the screen, they are working to create both an advisory committee and a policy committee. Right now, they're in the stage of building the list of potential partners who could be committee members. They noted that they struggle to access some funding due to staffing changes, and then noted a low dependency caseload. For Tillamook Family Treatment Court, who was a previous implementation court, they have an average participation of 2, a completion rate of 100%, and their spending was at 7%, which I guess is not necessarily needed since this is, again, an implementation court. A couple staff recommendations of note. I'm going to, again, pop over to the next screen and then I'll come back. We recommended reducing the detox and treatment to reflect the funding for 4 days to cover a 4-day gap as stated in the narrative. So that this narrative was a little bit, there were some wonky bits. So to go by that, we reduced the funding. Substance testing was reduced. Again, this is another one that got reduced by 20% due to the lack of description or breakdown of how the funds would be used. There was no explanation of units. Now, not on the screen, but also done, we did reduce their training and travel to $12,000. I do want to make a note, particularly on this court, we did allow or recommend allowing the family treatment court's in-service training days and staff orientation. However, a lot of that narrative was a discussion about providing working breakfast or a working lunch. And I just want to be very clear that food is not an allowable purchase through CJC grant funds. So while we do recommend the funding of an in-service training day, I just want to be really clear it cannot be used to purchase breakfast or lunch. Or dinner.
And no brunch either.
No brunch, yeah. No matter how good it is. Do we have any additional reductions or recommendations? That's what I'm trying to say. Do we have any additional recommendations for Tillamook Family Treatment Court?
Should we look like we did the others at the training with it being newer and look at what their narrative is?
Take a peek.
Can you remind me what was fully funded, what the breakdown on the training was in terms of what the recommendation on funding was? Because I know no food, but was there like the other one?
So
local training beyond RISE?
Yeah, so local training was prioritized. We went, we capped at 12,000. for all training. And then we prioritized local as much as possible. And then anything else that was still left went to RISE. It's kind of an easy breakdown. And that was true for everyone, not just Tillamook FTC. Also, I've kind of mentioned this a couple times, but I think training is a really good spot where this can happen. It happened a lot previously during the 23-25 biennium. Budget adjustments are very much allowed. So if, say, they, were funded a certain amount for that, whatever, a local training, and they didn't use it all, those funds could be adjusted to be used for RISE. We're not going to hold funds in that manner.
Their anticipated cost for RISE does seem high at $5,000 per person.
Yeah, so the breakdown for them was they requested $20,000 for RISE and $1,000 for in-service. And so per the staff recommendation, they would have that full $1,000 to utilize for that in-service, and then $11,000 could still be utilized for RISE.
And just to correct, in regards to the number of persons for the 5,000, it looks like 2. So they were thinking 2026 and 2027. And so 2,500 per person. Is that accurate?
No, it looks like it's 10,000 total. So they're figuring 5,000 per person.
You are right. You are right, Connie.
Seems high.
Also, I want to note that with training and travel, again, just on the CJC side of things, if they were allowed to break it down however they wanted, but say they ask for, I'm just giving numbers, and just this is the overall process, not specific for Tillamook. But say they got 12,000, right? That was our cap for training and travel, and they wanted it all used for RISE of 26, right? If they don't use that whole amount for 26, they absolutely have the ability to move it over to 2027.
Do you know what they asked for last year? You said they're only at 7%. Did they use all their training last year?
Let's look it up. I do not have it in front of me, but we can. Please hold while we do a little digging. Hey guys. So we want to look for last year. So it's important to note that for implementation courts, there were only certain things they could use their funding for. And so they were allowed treatment, supplies, and I'm slowly looking at my computer because I can't remember if training and travel. We're looking it up just to make sure, but it looks like, oh, there it goes. So it looks like they used all their funding during the implementation round. They requested funding for treatment and a coordinator, which of course this round, we're not funding coordinators. OJD is doing that. So effectively it would have been for treatment.
I think maintaining consistency with the 12 grand training is important.
All right. So I got a couple of thumbs up for that. So then what I'm hearing then is to maintain the staff recommendations on this one is what I'm hearing. Is that correct? Oh, thumbs all across the board. Great. Thank you all. All right. So great news, GRC. Next up, we're going to have juvenile drug treatment courts, which means you've finished the 3rd largest group of courts so far. So we're doing good. But if I may, I'm going to request a 10-minute recess since we are all human. Jake is pumping his fist. Seems this is popular. So if you could all come back at, should we make it 15 minutes? I love a round number. So we could be at 11:10. Would that work? All right, we've got claps. I'm taking it. All right, 11:10, folks. We'll come back and dive into our juvenile drug treatment courts. All right, folks, welcome back. My apologies. I had a little bit of slideshow issues. So real quick, I would like to present an idea to the GRC and kind of see how you're feeling about it. We have just a couple courts left. So originally we had on our agenda that we would take a break from 11:55 to 1:05 for lunch. My proposition is going to be that we ignore that. We keep going, we finish all the courts, and then we take a 30-minute lunch break, which also gives us over here at the CJC time to get our numbers right. And then we present the final information to you then and get your vote. I don't know if anyone has 12 o'clock meetings, so this might not work, but I wanted to get your feeling about it. I do think this will speed up and get you out of here a little bit earlier today if we do it that way. Thoughts?
So
Hate it?
I love it, but I do have a 12:15 appointment right across the street for a quick chiropractic adjustment, but I'll try not to ask as many questions.
Okay, well, we'll stick with a 12 o'clock end work for you.
Even a 12:10 would work for me.
Okay. Well, we'll do a 12:10 if we need. Maybe we'll get through, maybe we won't. And then we'll come back at that hour mark then. If that works.
I assumed we'd be breaking for lunch, and I got a meeting with Senator McClain and Representative Owens at noon. So
All right.
I'm not.
Oh, at noon. Okay, then we'll just stick to the 11:55 agenda and move forward that way. So ignore me.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and move into our juvenile drug treatment courts. So first up, we have Marion County Juvenile. They clarified that they regularly use UAs and oral drug tests along with other methods as needed. They did clarify that youth who abscond and are returned on a warrant are placed on a 10-day review until their safety plan can be created. They also noted that participants are housed with caregivers, sober support people, or independent living, and that they're working with community partners to obtain housing and resources. They did note that their program conducts surveys with participants and family to evaluate policy and procedures. Their policy manual is being created and updated regularly. Steering meetings are held every quarter, and all team members use SCMS to monitor data weekly. All right, so for Marion JDTC, they had an average participation of 14, a completion rate of 17%, and their spending was at 68%. Staff did not find any additional recommended cuts. However, due to their scaled cap, we followed their prioritization sheet, which led to a reduction in their WorkSafe and Abbott in contractual services. And that was following their prioritization sheet. Do we have any additional recommendations for Marion JDTC? Right. Next up, we have Washington County Juvenile Drug Treatment Court. They clarified that while they work with several treatment providers, they are looking for a provider or agency to join their treatment court team. They're also discussing criteria for gang conditions since it is an exclusion, but as of yet, no consensus has been reached as if to whether they want to change their eligibility requirements. They are working to find a provider or an agency to deliver primary treatment services for most participants, ensuring youth receive adequate duration and dosage of treatment. They're exploring ways to recognize and incentivize positive behaviors and achievements. The team is planning on sharing what they learned about incentives at All Rise at their future policy meeting. They noted that at times youth may stay in detention while awaiting placement in a residential program, particularly if they are deemed a risk to the community or at risk of absconding. Their team is actively discussing detention usage and alternative placement options for these youth. They noted that their judge actively engages with youth and their families. Licensed interpreters are available as needed. They also wanted to note that their judge engages in statewide meetings with other treatment court judges to discuss best practices, and that their judge spends at least 3 minutes with each participant. They do have a new judge coming, it says in July, so the new judge may already be there, but that this new person is planning on attending the practitioner training in August of 25. The court noted that they aim to provide regular training to team members, and that they have requested funding to enhance those training opportunities. And finally, they noted that they're focusing on improving UA rates through various methods. So with that, staff recommended a full recommendation. They have an average participation of 13. Their completion rate is 65%, and their spending is at 76%. I'll give you all a minute to look at it. Is anyone seeing additional recommendations that they would make to this court? All right. Next up, we have Yamhill County Juvenile Drug Treatment Court. Based on your GRC feedback, they did clarify a couple things. First and foremost, that they don't use detention as treatment or housing, and that jail is used as a last resort or if there's a community safety risk. They noted that in the SCOP, they selected occasionally to describe situations when participants and defense attorneys request that the participant go directly from detention to inpatient. They do observe UAs at a minimum of twice a week, and testing does occur over holidays and weekends. They noted that while the county has UA pickup daily, LabCorp is located out of state, which makes their positive UA turnaround times between 5 and 7 days. The coordinator is planning to discuss an incentive sanction grid at their next policy meeting, and they did request funds for OJD's incentive boot camp. And finally, last month, they began discussions with the Community Justice Director to start an advisory committee. Their average participation is 6. Their completion rate is 57%, and their their spending is at 86%. Staff did recommend reducing their probation officer to 0.6 FTE to match that appropriate time for an average of 6 participants that they noted, or that was noted. So here's what that looked like. Any additional recommendations for Yamhill JDTC? All right, have a couple thumbs up. Moving on. Next up, we have Lane County Juvenile Drug Treatment Court. In their response to your GRC feedback, they noted that they have many barriers to UAs, including a shortage of providers and limited availability, frequency, and locations for UA testing. They partnered with Navis Lab for Monday through Friday, and they provide instant UAs for home collection. They noted their plans to implement their policy and advisory committees. They have identified potential members and have drafted a letter of intent. They plan to establish these committees by the end of this year, so during the 23-25 biennium. All team members do attend all pre-court staffings and status hearings. They did note that most participants are housed with their caregiver. However, the court will connect youth with housing resources if they are needed. They have a sanction and incentive matrix to guide the team in their responses. This is provided in their handbook to participants. They do plan to update it to ensure that jail sanctions are no more than the 6-day maximum. They also noted that they have developed an onboarding process for new team members and noted that they do have access to Language Line. They provide documentation, translation, and interpretation as needed and have Spanish-speaking team members. So their average participation is 18. Their completion rate is 27%, and their spending was at 34%. Staff did recommend a few reductions. We recommended that the Center for Family Development, so their mental health and substance abuse treatment, was reduced to match the 18 participants that they noted as served. Then this one, so that was the only, to clarify, that was in contractual services, the only recommendation that staff made. However, due to their prioritization sheet, it was scaled down further.
So the reason for it being at 57% is because they asked for more than they were allowed to receive based on the cap.
Yeah, so that they asked for over that initial cap combined with some low spending. So their spending at the end of Q7 was 34%. Any additional recommendations for Lane JDTC?
This makes sense. I would say based on their prioritization, I support it, but I would recommend maybe they think about higher priority on their training to help support some of their program needs. Because that was the one that I would like to, that's their narrative is pretty minimal, but it would be to send to 2 members per year for a total of 4. But the narrative is pretty limited and based on their spending and the other things. That makes sense, but I think they should do more in the future for training.
And Adeline, what's your thoughts on that in regards to how we use their prioritization? Because I would agree with Annie.
So our stance as staff is that courts know themselves best. So if they're saying that unless it was something that we made a reduction to beyond the prioritization sheet, we followed it as much as they could. For this court in particular, that mental health and substance abuse treatment was in those top 3 that said that they really didn't want them reduced. We had to make some reductions to their prioritization sheet, but we followed their scenario C as much as we could. That has been our stance, is to follow what the courts are requesting as much as possible.
And our ability to go above the cap, remind me.
So you can, but we would have to have a very clear reason of why, because every other court has been held to the same cap methodologies, right? And so we would have to have a very clear reason why, based on what they've given you in their narrative, as to why you would need that to be increased. Okay, I've gotten a couple thumbs up. Okay, oh, all the thumbs up. All right, so we will continue with Lane JDTC as recommended by staff. All right. Next up, we have our Veterans Treatment Courts. So first up, we have Lane County. In response to your feedback, they noted that they have a dedicated multidisciplinary team and that all partnering agencies were represented at staffing and court. They are working to add a member of law enforcement to that treatment court team. They note that low risk and low need individuals are not eligible for their VTC. They are actively working to increase incentive options and are exploring low and no cost options. They do use an incentive and sanction grid, and they're actively upgrading it to show new guidance of that jail sanction not lasting more than 6 days. They do note, though, in practice, no one was sentenced for more than 5 days. And they plan to attend multiple trainings, and staff who attend RISE will share what they learned with their team. So they're planning on sending a few folks to RISE, and they'll come back and share what they learned with the rest who weren't able to attend. All right. So for Lane Veterans Treatment Court, they have an average participation of 15 and a completion rate of 79%. Staff did make a couple recommended reductions. First off was to their deputy district attorney. We recommend reducing it to 0.125 FTE to reflect participant numbers because we didn't have additional information as to why it would be over that from their narrative. We additionally, in contractual services, reduced drug testing and lab fees by 20% due to that lack of breakdown or explanation of costs. And then this was later reduced via their prioritization sheet. So those were the only two recommendations that we have. Anything else that you're seeing here on this sheet or here was based on following their prioritization sheet to meet that scaled cap.
What was their spending number?
65%.
Thanks.
All right. I'm seeing thumbs up. So we're going to assume no additional recommendations. All right. Next up is Marion County's VTC or Veterans Treatment Court. They noted in response to your feedback a plan to increase the frequency of court hearings and staffing and to reaffirm expectations that all staff members will attend. They confirmed that they're using validated tools and they prioritize veterans in their community. They clarified that they use clinical assessments, regular staffing, and tracking to ensure proper dosage. They also clarified that low-risk individuals are served in a separate programming track than their medium and high-risk individuals. They're actively working to broaden their incentive menu to evaluate and track incentives and will continue to train their team on best practices. They are also continuing to reduce reliance on jail sanctions by increasing non-custodial responses and offering team training on behavior response matrices. I think that's the plural of matrix. Matrices? I think that's right. Will ensure all participants receive at least 3 minutes of direct judicial interaction. They're also planning to send team members to training, require minimum annual training plan for each staff member, and they're planning on formalizing their onboarding guide. They're also actively working to improve data collection and working to establish an advisory committee. For Marion VTC, their average participation was 9. Their completion rate is 67%, and their spending is at 63%. Now, if I may, staff did make a couple of reductions, so I'm going to pop on over. So staff recommended reducing both the WorkSafe UA collection and Abbott drug testing to 80 units. This was by 10 participants, by 8 tests per week. That would be 80 tests per month. So that was the reduction that staff recommended there. We also recommended reducing housing by 20% due to the lack of breakdown of funding. So they just had 2 units of 12,000. They didn't talk about how they were going to break down that money further, how they were going to use it. Also in supplies, we did reduce planners and program certificates from 55 to 20 to match the 20 participants that were served. And similarly, we reduced bus passes and cell phones to match the number of participants served. And then any additional reductions were via their prioritization sheet.
Sorry, I missed that. How many participants do they have?
They have an average participation of 9.
Okay.
I have a silly question, and
Sure.
it's late in the game for me to check the math, but when you guys do that math, do you times it by the average, or do you calculate how many in the biennium they're going to be? Because they're 2 different numbers.
Wait, sorry, can you repeat your question?
Yeah, so if you're talking about planners, do you calculate the number by the average participant, or do you calculate it by the number of participants served for the biennium?
So we did it to the number served for last biennium. So there was
So the
20 served.
total?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, perfect.
Any additional recommendations? All right, we'll keep moving forward. All right, next up, we have Multnomah County's Veterans Treatment Court. They did not have any additional responses to your feedback in their narrative. All right. Is that enough time? Are we ready to move on? All right, perfect. All right, so this is another new court. And we're going to have Rachel Mark on standby to answer some questions. They have an average participation of 0 and a completion rate of 0%. And because they are a new court to us, we don't have any records of their spending. So not a lot of info. Staff did make a couple, well, hang on. First, do you want any information from Rachel since she's here?
New to us or new in general?
Both.
New in general.
Do they have anyone enrolled? Like, are they on that enrolling process? I know it's 0 average.
They're officially open for business and taking referrals. They have started entering referrals into the system. I don't know that they have had anybody actually enter the program yet, but that is based on eligibility, not due to ability to serve them.
Very new.
So again, I do want to just give you the same reminder I gave you with Benton County. So while they are new, we still have to use the same methodologies because they did choose to enter the treatment court grant program, the general grant versus their implementation. Staff did have a couple recommendations. We recommended cutting the program manager because as described in the narrative section, we felt that it was duplicative duties of the court coordinator. We also recommended a reduction to the defense attorney to 0.1 FTE to provide for 4 hours a week to be spent in court and developing their program. This was, of course, based on not having any active participants, so it did provide a little for growth. We also recommended the alternate defense attorney and legal assistant be cut. The narrative said that that was in response to GRC feedback, but feedback was not given to add those 2 positions. And there was no additional information provided in the narrative why these positions were needed for the VTC, and no specification as to what this would be funding. Also, the deputy district attorney, we recommended reducing to 0.15 FTE, again, to reflect that 4 hours a week to be spent in court. And then their training and travel was reduced to that cap, and then the admin was reduced to that 10%. So that is how we got to that number, but I would love to hear any of your recommendations.
Can you go to the next slide? And so I just want to make sure I heard this right. The FTE approved for the attorneys was the same, right? For both, they're just a different rate. So
Correct.
it's point.
Correct.
Was it
yeah.
0.15?
Yeah, for 4 hours a week. Yeah, 0.15.
Okay.
So yeah, Annie, were you pointing out that defense attorneys need to be paid more?
I was just making sure I understood the numbers to reflect what that actually meant. And
I'm teasing
quite
you.
Interesting. Yes.
All right, I've got a couple thumbs up. So no more recommendations for Multnomah Veterans Treatment Court. All right, the good news is you already completed our DY course. So a couple notes, if you will. So first off, reminder that we do need to go back and review a couple adult drug courts that you wanted some more time on this morning. So I think we can get to those. But first, I do want to note a mistake that we, and by we I really mean I, made earlier. So bear with me here. Originally, we made a mistake on what was presented for Harney Grant FTC. We had the wrong cap. So we have since fixed it. So I'm going to go back and show you that. But bear with me here. I'm not going to go through it on the screen so you won't get seasick watching me. So we'll go back over just to show you anything that was changed on Harney Grant. There we go. All right. So in this updated version, we have the updated, oops. These are, oh, sorry, hang on. I'm getting different information here. Oh, this isn't the right one. Hang on. I've got to reload the presentation. Bear with me. Nothing like a good technical difficulty towards the end. So the plan here, if I can get my computer to do some updates. Is to show you this updated version, and then we'll go back to the courts that we didn't have consensus on. Thank you for your patience. All right, nothing like a good technical difficulty to make you sweat. Here we are, we're back. So this is the update to Harney FTC. And I want to apologize if they are watching and listening that we had the incorrect numbers previously. So just a quick reminder, the recommended GRC recommended cuts didn't change. The only thing is there were some funds were fulfilled based on their prioritization sheet. So, but nothing that you recommended got changed basically, but they are getting more funds, if that makes sense. Any additional questions on this one? All right. Thank you for bearing with me. So now we need to go back to a couple adult drug courts. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the first one that we need to review is Lane County Adult Drug Court. And I'm just getting to it. I just don't want to make you seasick watching me get there. All right. Here we go. So would you all like a kind of reminder of their average participation, all that information? Would that be helpful? Okay, I'm seeing some nods. So for Lane ADC, their average participation was 94. Their completion was 45%. And their spending was at 82%. So the staff recommended reductions were in contractual services. We recommended reducing their drug testing and lab fees to the maximum cost that was listed in the narrative. So that breakdown was they presented by the math a $76.63 test. The narrative description was at a max of a $69.75 test. So we cut to that $69.75 test. But we did not have any additional recommendations.
Adeline, I don't know how the others feel, but I might need a break to go back over these three or remind myself what we talked about yesterday and why we're revisiting them. I don't know if you have that in your notes or if maybe on the lunch break, we could table this and on the lunch break do that. I don't know how the other people feel, but.
That is fine. I'm happy to do that. I think this one, we were waiting on information and you all wanted to know how much they were awarded and how much they were awarded in contractual services last biennium and what they had spent year to date in contractual services. So that was why the holdup on Lane in particular, which those numbers they were awarded $386,137.80 in contractual services last biennium. And as of the end of Q7 in contractual services, they had spent $85,895.91. But with that additional information, does that give you? You know I can, absolutely. Okay, so this was for how much was awarded in contractual services last biennium. it came to $386,137.80. Year to date, so not year to date, that's not true. At the end of Q7, they had reported spending of the 23-25 biennium in contractual services, $85,895.91.
Adeline, this is Rachel. I apologize. They actually had that much remaining. So they had spent up and had the 85,000 left in that category.
Oh, so that's, so they've spent over, my apologies. They
Yes.
spent a little over 300,000 then. That's
Yes.
a very big difference.
Sorry
Got
about
it.
the confusion.
So if they're at 47% of spending, wait, this is Lane, they're at
This is
82?
Lane ADC, so they're at 82% spent.
82%, okay.
Now, to answer your previous question, Judge, we absolutely can take a break if you want more time. That was just for Lane County in particular. What you were waiting for was that additional information. So if you want more time during the break, you're welcome to it.
I'm okay on going through Lane County, but I would like to save Multnomah County so I can look back at their budget and be reminded.
Okay, we have class up as well, just FYI. So with that additional information, do you have any additional recommendations for Lane ADC, or are you going to continue with staff recommendations?
I'm fine. I'm fine continuing with the staff recommendations.
I echo that.
All right. So with that, okay, so we will confirm that the recommendation stands as is for Lane ADC. And then since it's so close, the original plan was we were going to break at 11:55. I think we'll break a little bit earlier, but we'll still plan in honor of Jake has that meeting. We'll still plan on returning at 1:05 if that works for all of you. Okay. And then just a reminder, if you do want to review those budgets, the decisions that had not been made were Lane ADC, which we just did, Clatsop Adult Drug Court, and Union Mental Health Court were the two that you wanted to revisit, and then also Multnomah Step Court.
Did we agree on Multnomah Start Court?
I thought we had a consensus on it, but if not, we can do both.
And is there anything specific on these that you have notes about that we should dial in on?
I do not have any additional notes. I think I don't. I apologize.
Okay. So that was Clatsop, Multnomah Start, Multnomah Step, and Union Mental Health Court.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. I will see you all at 1:05. We'll be back. All right. See you then.